It is Championship Sunday here at the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Cup from the Fortune Hills Country Club. And today, our 1.4 billion won purse will be distributed. 252 million of that will go to our winner. Currently leading this event through 8 holes in a 4-under start to the round is Yoonhee Na. She is followed by Park Ji-young, who started the day as a co-leader with Park Hankyung, who is over par through 7 and finds herself 2 back. Moon Jung-min, 5 under through 10 holes. Kim Min-ju, 8 under as well, tied for 5th. Kim Ji-hyun and Hong Jung-mi. That completes the first page of the leaderboard. And if we were to flip to the second, one of the first names you would see would be Peng Min-ji. She is the 2-time defending champion, trying to be the first player to win this event 3 times in its 10-year history. And if she does that, well, it would A, mean she had some kind of a remarkable back 9 to get her there, and B, well, we would see some history as she becomes the 3rd player ever to win 20 KLPGA titles. And actually, as the event the leaderboard, just updates right now, Peng Min-ji has bogeyed again. So now she finds herself still in the top 10, but 7 strokes back. She is through 10 holes. There you see her name, or on the 10th hole, there you see her name right there as the last at T10. Well, the weather, it's not ideal today. There's no 2 ways about it, but it is not raining, which is already a drastic improvement from where we were 24 hours ago. We did have rain earlier in the morning, and we are expecting a few showers to begin in the next hour or so. So we'll take advantage of the dry conditions while we can. And luckily, though, the forecasted thunderstorms, they're not going to come around until a little bit later on in the afternoon. So it should be smooth sailing for the next 2 hours as our field with the 66 that made the cut from the 132 that began jockey for positions to win this anniversary edition of the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Cup. So without further ado, let's get our coverage underway. And what better hole
자, 지금부터 핸드폰 소리 안 나게 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
great is where everyone finds themselves down to the final 10, and it of course is thoroughly exciting par 4. Downhill, 222 meters. It is absolutely reachable in one. Biggest club in her bag in hand, going on the attack. In today is towards the back left. It is the risky run, of course, and especially with the greens not playing as soft as they were yesterday. Let's see, a few players end up off the back just like that. Of course, course, this hole plays more comfortable if you are able to use a 3 or a 5 wood as opposed to the driver, but sometimes the wind, the distance, and the placement leads you somewhere you don't necessarily want. 17 birdies we've seen today. Perfection. Ideally, she lands that about 7 more meters to the right. So that's exactly the perfect way to play it, but it's not always that simple. Hankyung, who shot 67 and 68 on Friday and Saturday. It's been 2 decent bogeys in the 5th and the 6th. Got back on the right track, par at the last. She is a little bit unfortunate because, as we just mentioned, that is exactly where you want to hit it. Just a bit too flat as it made its way down to the green. She'll get hung up. But with this being a par 4, a chip and a putt, the birdie can absolutely come back quickly. On to the next par 4 night. Kim Min-ju, a 7-iron with 145 to go. Back right is where she'd like to be, and back right is where she's gone. Inside of 1 meter. It's an excellent approach shot.
플레이하겠습니다. 멈춰주세요. 멈춰주세요.
A bit unfortunate to have been fairly quiet to this point in the round. Only the 1 birdie was at the 2nd. Now Yuni Na, pitching wedge, 125 to go. She has 5 birdies already today. And a bogey at 5. Approaches have been calling card so far this week. The 5th most strokes gained approaching green. Has put the ball extraordinarily well and has had the occasional difficulty with driver, but she has put together more than a formidable tournament. That's why she's leading it by 1 stroke. 1 stroke over Hankyung. The fairway at the back does not carry nearly as far as she needed to, and she might not be able to stay on the green here. It'll stop just before the fringe, but shortchanged it slightly. That likely takes the birdie off the table. Now Moon Jung-min at 11. Trying to move into a share of 3rd, but it's a long way to go. Really great shot to set up the par, and to call a spade a spade. She was nowhere to be seen before today, but she is through the first few holes of her back 9. Got 31 on the way out. These do wonders for her. Already a top 5 finish this season. Back at the Tucson match play. Just about 15 centimeters to the right. It's a good first effort for Chen Min-ji, who will almost certainly be birdieing. So she now is just 1 off the pace. She eagled the par 5 3rd earlier. An extraordinary shot from 130 yards out. I'm sure we'll be seeing that one later. She is right on the heels of Yuni Na now. Go back to 10. Kim Ji-hyun putting towards the fringe. Just being a little bit careful with the speed. She is, Yunina. 7.6 meters. The break starts a little bit too early. Hankyung. Gone is her hopes at a birdie. For Kim Min-ju, one of her best shots of the day thus far to set this up. Back up within one. 2 bogeys, 2 birdies, 10 to play. Obviously a devoted and vocal set of supporters watching her every shot.
고기 너 지금 버리는데.
It is absolutely anyone's tournament. 10 to play. They're not always like this. Any supporter of this tour and golf in general will know there's been more times than we can all recount where at this stage on Sunday it was basically done and dusted. To have a true race with this many people challenging for the title is going to make for an exceptionally fun afternoon.
야. 자, 플레이하겠습니다. 갖고. 자, 핸드폰 소리 안 나게 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Last to begin. Good swing. It takes a good little kick. That's further down the fairway. 3 for 3 in regulation. Is away. That is just about complete and utter perfection. I haven't seen a hole-in-one that memory serves for me yet today, and we just about had it there on the par 3. Season-long race to the WeMix Championship. 1 million Korean won on top of the season-long prize for the monthly MVP. Bonus points for the top 10 finishers per tournament in the WeMade points, plus the rankings points that are classified for final positions. So 1.2 times bonus for the major champions in major tournaments. 500,000 WeMix coins to be divvied up out of this championship. EA1 is currently leading it. Nosumi in 6 positions to 2nd. EA1 in this tournament, she is slowly working her way up towards the top 10. Despite being over par yesterday, she's on pace for her best round of the tournament. Nosumi at the same score, though she is +1 for the round. One of those feelings where you're elated with how great of a shot it was, but also somehow slightly disappointed that it wasn't an ace. Well played by Kim Ji-hyun, nevertheless. We have had a hole-in-one, and we've actually had one today. It was Kim Ga-young. 60 just happened a few moments ago. Onto the green and all the way down to the fringe. Chun-Ji. Tournaments past, that would have been an eagle in multiple spots on the green. Hankyung would of course love one of those like Chun-Ji had recently, but continue to plot away, pick up the birdies. She certainly has the time on her side.
됐어.
카메라 미리 좀 눌러주세요. 네, 알겠습니다.
Very good start from the teeing ground, the left side of the fairway.
카메라 미리 눌러주세요. 사진은 찍지 말아주세요. 부탁드립니다. 미리 눌러주세요. 실례하겠습니다. 소리 안 나게 부탁드립니다. 고맙습니다.
It's a frustrating day that unfortunately is not getting much easier for ENG. Min in her career has had a runner-up finish, still is chasing that first ever title. Slightest of miscalculations forces sure putt and an unchanged score. Hankyung, 6.2 meters. She has been one of the best putters in the field this week. She's had another big boost. Find herself trailing for at least one more hole, but still 9 holes to play. Hankyung, the 52nd ranked golfer in the world, missed the cut 2 weeks ago and just snuck into the top 50 last week in the major. She has won already this season at the Tucson match play. She would be looking for her first repeat or two-time win season since 2020. She's back up to share the lead. 35 on the way out, 9 holes to go, and how many times have we said it? Especially on Sunday, is that putter. Can it get to work and be an ally instead of a detriment? And when it is, she is one of the best on this planet. And that will be a huge confidence boost for her heading to the back nine. Look of complete and utter concentration. But ENG stuck on the fringe once more. Some company now at the top. It's an unfortunate one, but if you're looking for a silver lining for her, she kicks off the asphalt and back down into the rough, but she's crisscrossing and has avoided the fairway 2 shots in a row. See those rain clouds starting to roll in overhead. Dry for now. The action on the course, it's red hot. Yunina, Park Young, co-leaders Chung Yoon-ji and Park Ji-young. Just 1 stroke back. Everyone either on 10 or waiting at 10 to begin their back nine at the Palace course.
끝에서 약간 후진데, 네, 살짝 약간.
맞아.
그런
응.
그래도 왼쪽은 아니고.
그치. 그룹이라고 하면은 뭐, 키 가봤자 끝점.
And welcome back to Fortune Hills. Onto the 11th green with Pungmin Ji. Just a little tap to get it started. Downhill speed won't be the issue. Line will. On 10, the approach shot for Unina. Backspin comes in right in the nick of time, keeps her around pin high with a very makeable birdie putt. Taking a tour of number 10, just one of three par fours on the back nine. We have three par threes, and three of these long holes. 517 meters makes it the second longest on the entire course. A dogleg left hole with a winding, fairly narrow fairway. Second shot sets go all the way to the end of the fairway, leave 50 meters to the front of the green. The trees to the right of the cart path, the sand to the left of the route to the green. The pin placement today is in line with that bunker, which you might expect for a Sunday. Technically 17 yards from the front and 5 yards from the left, bringing that downslope very much into play. One to get it started.
카메라 소리는 안 나겠고요. 네, 알겠습니다.
Balance
카메라
of bravery,
나가주세요.
caution. Mentally keeping yourself in check for the next 90 minutes or so. Gee, she's knocking at the door. Hits it right to give herself the best angle. Set up her approach. She is going to miss the fairway to the hillside rough. It's a bit of an unorthodox way to find the green, but Kim Yoon-ju is here. And all that matters is she is in position to try and influence the score. Starting uphill, flattening out, and breaking right, and she was nearly there. Final moments as the ball neared the pin, she certainly thought it was going to hang on. Par is the score. Back from a slightly different started to move. That's who's going to just hang on, nearly down to 12 under. Would you believe that 60% of her holes today, she has birdies? Very hard to catch. Last year, when she won this tournament, it was still just a 3-round competition, and her score had been 13 under. Significant investments, both in the number of days and the purse from the organizers of this tournament to celebrate year 10. Started Day Saturday as a co-leader. She has taken back her perch ahead of all. She's only got one runner-up to her name this season with the NH Investment and Securities Ladies Championship. 4 top 10s. Hybrid for Hankyung. Just trying to get to the end of this field. 283 still to go. Three. That's perfectly in line.
뽕샷 맞았네.
실례하겠습니다. 카메라 소리 안 나게 부탁드립니다.
Divine depth. Good eye once more. She's in her groove. A year away from the tour. A year and a half, really. She's back and in great shape. One-time winner. Two-time runner-up. But seeking that title since the Ever College and Queen's Crown in 2022.
타이어 걸렸나? 이거 오는데 아무것도 안 되나?
네, 알겠습니다.
Next up is Kim Min-ju in a 7-iron. Roll through the fringe. Be a similar distance away. For the third shot for Park Ji-young, it's 119 away and 3 meters above the hole in this spot in the fairway. Just navigate the distance part of the equation while going over the sand. She played it safe, didn't really want to bring it into a thought.
자, 플레이하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Similar game plan, similar execution. Hankyung joins her and looks
네, 알겠습니다.
back at her caddy a little disapprovingly. That is the reward when you go aggressive. Kim Min-ju certainly knows how to walk that fine line. She is 2 back now of Yunina, whose birdie at 10 propelled her to 5 under for the round already, just as EA1 and Min Jung-min are doing. A couple of players at 4 under, and in the clubhouse, An So-mi and Kim Chae-hee. In this 4th and final round of the BC Card Hangyung Ladies Cup, Fortune Hills Country Club in Pocheon-shi. 2 p.m. local time in Pocheon-shi. Hole 10 with Park Ji-young. Feels a lot like a 2-putt situation, but she'd love to defy the odds. About a meter and a half for the second.
올라가는 거 많다고 봐야지.
Next attempt belongs to Park Hankyung. Needs to stay left as long as she can. It's always going to fade in a similar direction. Just reinforcing why she was a bit disappointed with that approach shot. Another case of close but not reflective in her score. She is the last hope. Maybe she's not troubled by the ball markers. She's got a plan. Gonna go over top and inch in. Probably would have gone to with a little extra speed. It's a good read. The attention is certainly split. The last few groups. Nina is understandably a player that many want to watch. They have a hunch that they're experiencing and witnessing some greatness. This would be birdie 7 if she can get it there. Straightening out. She's done it again. Now anyone will be able to catch up. It's almost unthinkable at this point. 7 birdies in 11 holes. Absolutely brilliant. Meanwhile, it's a par party at 10. Jack first. No fault of her own. The gap is widening significantly. Most recent highlight for Unina on a day full of them. fault in the armor, if we can call it that. Feels like pretty much the only mistake she's made in the past 45 minutes or so.
조금만 이따
Mentioned earlier, she hasn't driven the ball extraordinarily well this week, but it's been her ability to either escape and do more than escape from the rough, get back into the fairway, attack the greens that has put her in this position, and now the putter is coming alive too. That's better for Hankyung. Really well struck tee shot. She's down to 11. She trails by 2. I think in this stretch, she would need at least 3 birdies. She'll have the pressure from Hankyung as well.
담배 꺼주세요. 담배 주세요. 자, 플레이하겠습니다. 강목.
Next on the tee. Hankyung immediately is less than enthralled with this shot, and for the reason that becomes evident to us, dropping out of the sky and right into the sand trap. Time for a pause. Back in a moment with more at Fortune Hills. Well, I meant it when I said a moment. Time to revisit the day thus far for Yunina, and what a day it has been. 3 birdies on the bounce to begin. A torrid start to the round, and then brief pause. She pick it up again, and the reason we fast forward to the back 9 is because she's on the same stance on the Palace course as she was on at 7 birdies and a bogey. Perhaps the only thing that's slower down at this point as if those ominous gray clouds open up. Tee shot went into the rough. That we were speaking about a few moments ago, her ability to recover out of the rough. A prime example of it there.
자, 멈춰주세요.
이게 모래가 좀 많아서
응.
너무 있을 것 같아.
Now all about the sand save for Bak Jiang. She went right up and at it. Unfortunately for Bak Jiang, she had company in the sand. And unfortunately for her company, it was not nearly as positive a departure from the bunker. We go to 12. See here on the par 4 that the approaches are made. A great amount of backspin. It stays nice and close to the pin. Was disappointed a moment ago and took some fingernails from Hankyung. Stays bogey free through 11. one hole out. Hankyung looks to make it 2. Just needed to start that a few degrees more to the right. Settling into a series of pars. Well, about a minute ago, we might have thought the scores would be reversed for Park Ji-young and Chung Yoon-ji. But the inverse is true. Can she do it again? Based on all the evidence, who would be the one to suggest this is where the run ends? It's a complicated putt. She read the break. A little bit of the speed. And keeps the rest of the field close. Sure, that's the way she manages the rest of this round. Even with 2 more birdies, you think at this point she would be close to untouchable.
플레이 다 끝나고 이동 부탁드리겠습니다. 이동 멈춰오세요. 자, 플레이 하겠습니다.
Young finds almost the exact, Chung Yoon-ji finds almost the exact center of the fairway with her shot at the fairway wood.
자, 플레이 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
same direction where the grass was mowed. Jim goes on ahead. Fully loops around the cup, but somehow doesn't go. Advantage for Uni now is 2. She has birdied every other hole today. Hankyung, she's just not quite able to go low with the same veracity, but she's certainly not out of this yet.
카메라 미리 좀 눌러주세요.
알겠습니다.
밖에 하나 빼가지고 하겠다.
Exciting tee shot in line, but past the hole. Approach time. The yardage of a 5-iron, she's hitting the hybrid. It's gone right immediately, which wouldn't have been a bad thing with a little less distance on it. Just left the hands open, shaping that from left to right, on contact. It's 132 for her. She's on the green in the center. That's the difference right now. Yuna's getting those within 4 or 5 meters. Hankyung, it's 7, 8, or 9. It's making the birdie odds more slim. exactly where Park Hankyung wanted to be. Very well struck iron shot for Park Ji-young. She's slightly off the fairway again on the par 5. Brings out the big stick. Covers well. She's through 12. 2/3 of the round down. 2 par 5s, 2 par 4s, 2 par 3s remain. 15 under would feel pretty close to an unreachable score for the challengers just behind her. And welcome back, ENG has another par. She is at this point unofficially out of the race. 9 strokes back, 5 holes to play. Never say never, but you can say probably. ENG again from off the green struggles with their short game play to get it exactly where she wants it. That goes over to the fringe. Brilliant. We started to wonder if it was going to be done, and we said she's not as close to the pin as Yunina. It doesn't matter. That is a mid to long range birdie that will give her the boost she needs to go on and finish this. Marvelous putt this was. Just about one-ups her efforts from yesterday as well. It's a rightfully earned smile on her face. Young unable to find the same magic. Now Yunina, her 4th. Excellent, marvelous. She may not be denied today. We are witnessing something immensely special. 8 birdies. She's getting it done off the green. Give her a pitching wedge and she does not change the outcome one bit. 14 under she goes, and you know how bad she wants this. It's a bogey putt for Chung Yun-ji, drops her now 5 back. One more look. Perfect putt. The putt of the day. I imagine that will be changed. But then, moments later, rolling out from off the green. This is a shootout that we are loving every single second of. one, Park Hankyung. She has been
자, 뒤에
just about
멈춰주세요.
flawless
실례하겠습니다.
from the tee today.
이건데.
A rip from Park Jiang. Can she keep it in the fairway? Just goes left. Good start.
실례하겠습니다.
Now it's bounce back time. Stunning Sunday. Nowhere else we'd rather be.
렌즈 타고 가자.
There she is after a quick pause. All the replay as often as you like. This stage of the tournament to do what she had done is just absolutely incredible. how does she follow up on perfection? That's the most difficult thing about this game we love. It's always about what are you going to do next? Can you do it again? For 54 or 72 holes. It can be unforgiving. But it's the endurance and the test that we all love so much. Just to also be able to marvel at what seems entirely improbable. Hankyung is starting to get in the category where she's worried about being left behind here. She's on for a top 3 or top 5 finish. Last time she was in this environment, she just about aced. How about this? Brilliant. She's due for one of these. The model of consistency. Has not bogeyed since she doubled the second hole yesterday. For that span, she's picked up 6 birdies. This would be a good 7th. Each and every shot just gets all the more impressive. And Hankyung, she's due for a bounce back. Hankyung as she is unable to go on and get to the top. Now this should have been your run-of-the-mill everyday putt, but unfortunately, Kim Ji-hyun is not going to go. Maybe not, just trying to stay cool. Easier said than done when she's making the shots that she is.
이렇게 서들어가면 이거 그렇게 보면은 스트레스가 많다. 이렇게 서들면 그게 힘이기 때문에 그거 생각할 거야.
Now, this is an incredibly tricky uphill putt.
그렇지.
Here she goes. It would take some kind of miraculous effort to go 2 for 2, but she has to concede to the fact that she was not long enough on the approach, and it takes her out of the realm of possibility to make it. And in a similar boat on the par 3 here at 14 Uni Na, across the width of the green. And Park Ji-young at 13, left to right and straightening out at the end. She was long overdue for that. Excellent putt. First birdie since hole number 4 takes her into sole possession of third at 10 under par. Yunina, she has not been in many situations where she'd be nervous about a par putt. This stage of the tournament, there's the creeping. Gestures, get over ball. Happens to be par. Keeps that score, 14. Just 4 holes to play.
네, 알겠습니다. 이동 멈춰주세요.
Kim Min-ju, well deserved. She's been approaching the green so well today. Now Park Hankyung in a similar boat, albeit from a little bit closer. So she has her par, and the par 3 will come next. She has 2 of them in the next 3. Still trailing by 2 and starting to run out of time. This was the par save. It would have made for a much more dramatic final had
카메라 미리 눌러주세요. 부탁드립니다. 사진은 찍지 말아주세요. 이제 되게 가깝습니다. 지금.
멈춰주세요.
미리 눌러주세요. 자, 이제 소리 안 나게 부탁드립니다.
Yunina over the monoliths that jut out from the pond, but she skips through the rough and into the bunker.
뒤한대 더 와야 돼. 뒤한대 더 와야 돼. 더울 걸? 잘 어울리시는데요? 왜 귀가 이쁘냐?
깜짝 놀랐잖아.
첫날부터 2m 앞에 그리고 왼쪽에는 넘어가자. 나가세요. 자, 플레이 하겠습니다.
And as we appear across the tee blocks at number 14. Pak Ji-young going through the motions, ensuring every last piece of the swing is right where she wants it to be. Few too many times today for someone hunting a win, as she watched almost helplessly the tee shot before it lands.
자, 플레이하겠습니다.
And when we look back for Pak Hankyung this week, she has found 3 of her birdies of the competition on these par 4s. She birdied here at 14 back on Thursday. She's on and off very quickly, rolling down onto the fringe.
플레이하겠습니다.
It's a 6 iron for ENG. On by about 4 meters and a bit confused. She thought she'd be much closer than that. And on 15. Just over the front lip of the green into a brilliant spot for Kim Min-ju, who she might not have the time left to reach the top. She can definitely push a 12 under score that Pak Hankyung has. Yunina, she's been able to recover almost without fail every single time she's been faced with some adversity, but she can't reach the green from the sand. I'll take a quick break. And Yunina, Pak Hankyung, neither in a great spot on their respective holes, 14 and 13. Kim Min-ju, though, as birdie seems imminent for her on 14. let's get back to it. It's an interesting decision for Hankyung here. Which wedge? Is it a wedge? Is it a putter? She chooses a fairly high lobbed club. It ends up being the perfect decision for her. The supporters were ready to celebrate another hole out from off that green. She's able to reach and has about 5 feet left. For her sake, you wouldn't wish a bogey, but for the competitive balance of these final few holes, it would certainly make it more interesting. And that's why you play 18 or 72. You can't win until you get there. Weighted effort from some distance back. 2-putt par for Chung Yun-ji.
괜찮아요.
Here goes Yunina. Time and time again, she's stepped up when facing a bogey. And she nearly does it again, but too much to the inside. It's a stroke dropped. Just her second bogey of the day. Seems to be handling it as just a minor bump in the road. Hankyung to about 1.5 meters.
옮기고 수리 한번.
This has been the story of her round, and maybe extrapolate that to the story of her tournament. So much good, but the putter remains her Achilles heel.
지금 마음대로 할까요?
You mean 33 meters out. This is her final hole. Disappointed with where she's going to end this tournament. +5 today, seemingly out of nowhere. Jung-min. She's on pace for her best
자,
round of the
플레이하겠습니다.
tournament.
이동 멈춰주세요.
4 under entered
자,
at 18th
핸드폰이 안
hole
나오게 부탁드리겠습니다.
all by
뒤에.
herself in 6th.
맞아.
Ian did her best to chase her down with a 5 under, but 73 yesterday becomes more and more impactful. PM local time. Good home stretch. Edge of the fairway just before the rough. Good start for her. She's
자, 플레이하겠습니다.
shown on multiple occasions if she can get that tee shot in regulation, she can find birdie without much trouble.
자, 플레이하겠습니다.
Someone who has not really struggled with drive very much at all today. ENG, a graceful and powerful swing. It's almost directly beside Hankyung. The 76 finishes tied for 37th at +1 after 4 rounds of competition. Gentle right to left breeze, giving Ju lands on the 16th green. Turning to 18, Moon Jung-min. Birdie to wrap up the day seems fitting. 8 under is her score, a 67. So yes, so Jean and Kim Ji-hyun at 6 under, but doesn't seem like they'll be able to catch her at this point. If there is a Chung Min-ji bogey, she might have a share of 50 yet.
소리 안나게 부탁드립니다. 반갑습니다. 나이스 나이스.
Towards the back fringe, the backspin brings it 6 feet away, around the pond and down towards the green.
돼.
48-degree wedge for Bakjian with 98 meters to go. Remains fairly calm. Does she ever go on the attack? It's one of her top shots from this Sunday round. It'd be almost impossible for Bakyeong to replicate that, considering she is in the thick rough. Meters. Chung Yoon-ji next. 8-degree for her as well. Also stays tight to the fringe.
박형영 화이팅!
수고하셨습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
Welcome back. The action is here. 16th green. 14th green, excuse me, getting the par 3s mixed up. We still have 2 to go. This is the 16th green with Kim Min-ju. Get birdie. She struggled with the short ones, maybe. She just needs something a little different to get her the rest of the way.
이제 웨이트 이제 밸런스 가지고 헤드랑 D5 우리가 보통 쓰는 게
It's a bit too much to ask with that first putt. So Hankyung settles for par. And now Yuning up. It's 2 holes on the bounce now without ready to show for it. Kim Min-ju, she gets there with the pars, stays 3 back. Park Hankyung trying to stay 1 back with a 3 or 4 footer. end the day. Soa-Jean at 7 under par. That is sole possession of 7th. Frogs, EA1 and Chung Soo-yeon. Simple tap in to finish. Ji-yeon quite at that 7 under mark, so it's a tie for 8th position with a final round 70. And now to 16, Ji-yeon. Slowing that up onto the green. Kevin's on the cart path. We'll take it up close and personal.
자, 플레이어십니다. 이동 멈춰주세요.
Next tee shot, also a good one. She's 4 back with just 3 holes to play. She is trying to push for a podium finish at 2 under Chung Yoon-ji. Still just the 1 stroke separating the top 2 players from 132 that began this BC Card Hangyung Ladies Cup. Stay with us, we'll have more after a break.
가자. 그 찾아가.
끝까지 오르나?
응.
들어가라. 들어가!
We are back.
까비.
Hankyung
봤어야 해.
running out of holes to chase down Yunina.
그때 좀. 제가 먼저 하겠습니다.
So the
찍어 들어와.
more difficult side of the coin that time. She'll settle for a par 4 and a par 5, and if she's looking for reasons for optimism,
시작하겠습니다. 먼저 주세요.
she can draw on how well she's played 17 and 18 each of the last 2 days. In fact, she's a perfect 4 for 4 with her birdies throughout the course. Ju is on the green, but only just.
시작하겠습니다. 멈춰주세요. 가깝습니다. 카메라 쓰지 않나?
아, 여긴 또 펴진다. 이쪽에서.
Something about that putt Park Ji-young didn't like, despite the fact the obvious answer is that it didn't go in.
멈춰주세요.
Defending champ is about to bow out.
네, 그럼 지금부터 마지막 그린에 입장하는 선수들 소개해드리겠습니다. 확인해 주시기 바랍니다.
She gets out, the
제38회
announcement of the group's arrival begins.
우승을 차지했던 유재덕 선수.
opposite side of the green. She's basically going to go fringe to fringe. Stops on the border. For the day, but it's bogey for the course, perhaps. And she's tied for 23rd, 2 under par. Well, now that we have begun the 17th, let's take a closer look at it. It is 349 meters. Dog leg left. Definitely a tougher one to reach into for the average player, but for the best in the nation, it is a fairly minor accomplishment to do so. Plenty of sand traps throughout the left side, a few, in fact 3 of them, beginning of the fairway. 3 different significant elevation changes. And the pin today immediately off the left side, but it is fairly deep in the widest left portion of it. Hankyung, mentioned a few minutes ago, has birdied 17 and 18 every single time she's played it this week. A perfect 6 for 6. Depending on how her closest rival fares, she'd have to get at least one, you'd think. She was short on the approach. Nina is really taking her time and certainly a little anxious standing over this putt for par. She He's made more difficult ones than this today, but still with the stakes so high, pressure is on. Starts at above, does not come back down.
Okay,
It's a par. 218. And of course, this tournament, like every tournament, will count in the race to the WeMix Championship. The details on your screen now.
올 거야, 안 올 거야? 최근에 올 최근에 저기 어? 어디 있어? 중국하고 집에 사야 된다. 어딘가요?
5만 원 되지.
And the next approach, a hop, skip, and a roll. Built the middle portion of this green.
아, 또롱 거타. 10발 이내 늘지 못한다.
So the advantage, while it has been owned by Unina for the last 2.5 hours seemingly, she just surrendered it with a bogey on 17. That brings her level with Pak Young, who now has destiny in her own hands. Birdied twice, and barring an improbable eagle on 18, she'll be the winner. No guarantee. We won't need a playoff either. A dramatic conclusion that you're not going to want to miss here at Fortune Hills. Welcome back. It is absolutely crunch time. A thrilling end to this tournament. That much we can guarantee. Who will win? We don't have that answer just yet. It's the birdie putt for Pak Hankyung. Assuming she can an eventful finish, it will all come down to 8. Speaking of drama, Luna has
조금만 더 나와주세요.
struggled with her driver today.
사진 찍지 말아주세요. 카메라 소리 좀 안 나게 해주세요. 부탁드립니다. 가깝습니다.
This is probably the most imbalanced
아무것도
shot
하지 마세요. 다 내리세요.
in a long time. She is about 2 feet above the ball. She has absolutely no clear line of sight of the front of the green, and the ball is centimeters cheers as it finds the fairway. But now, this third shot could define the tournament for her. It was definitely long. You can see it remains still further back in the fairway. That will be number 3. You have to wonder, as she walks amongst the supporters, the thoughts that are surely racing through her mind. Pak Ji-young doesn't have as much of a leading role, but a birdie here certainly makes it all the more interesting. And she nearly got it. Grazes the inside of the hole, but she'll be stuck. At that score, 2 back, excuse me. She would have been 1 with the make. Jung Min-ju to get to double digits under par. She'd go level with Kim Min-ju for 4th with a make here. Let's go back to Yunina. Desperate to be close. It's further to the right than she would have wanted to be, considering that was basically a freebie in the fairway. See her score of 12 under at the bottom of the carried leaderboard. It's a very attackable par 5. If Pak Hankyung gets this and Nina misses her next putt, she'll have a chance to win it with birdie. But 1 step at a time. Either an insect or a noise. Something to throw her off her rhythm. She'll go through the motions again. It's less than a meter, slightly uphill putt. 71 holes down, 1 to go. She might be letting herself start to believe. And she sings, "Good thing I waited." 100 million won. The difference in prize money for first and second. She is able to hang on to this third spot. She'll take home a good check for 112. Year in, year out, she is at or near the top. Just by season's end, and she is to another great start. 5th so far this season. Ju's approach. Flop shot, then a pitch shoot because she's in the rough. Backspin to reel her in.
일을 너무 열심히 했어요. 그러면 그랬겠죠. 일을 너무 열심히 해서 그 2분 남았으면 되는데 공부하신 건데?
네, 역시 마지막 홀.
Well, we're not quite ready to go, so let's head to the drone first. Number 18, the 9th hole here on the Palace course. 7 handicap for those who might be interested. 490 meters is the distance. It's a dogleg hole to the right, 230 meters and 250 meters from the tee. Those 2 central fairways come into play. If you can avoid them, play your seconds. At the end of the fairway, you would have just 25 meters to the front of the green. And today, 14 yards deep, 10 yards from the left side is where our pin is located. All to play for on hole 72. Jiang will get us started. She's on pace for her second poorest round of the tournament. It's more to do with how good she was yesterday, especially with the 66 and round 1 with her 68. She has birdied here 2 of the 3 days. Still a fairly scoreable hole. 4.6 the average strokes. We've seen 26 birdies today. A poor drive put her in this position, having to concede the second for a layup. Make, the pressure's on Hankyung. With a miss, she'd have to par and hope that the aforementioned 5-time winner will not birdie for the first time here all week long. This is Uni now for birdie. It's going to be a little left and a fraction short. Smiling and absolutely vibing in a lot of ways. tee to right on the left side of the fairway. Park Young. First step done.
그 라인 까는구나.
What a brilliant way to end the day and end the tournament. Probably a bit bittersweet for Kim Min-ju, wondering where some of those were earlier. It's still our best round of the week, not to diminish it by any means. It's tied for third for now. She definitely had her moments. She reflects back.
고생하셨습니다. 나이스 버디.
Kim's got nerves. She's doing a very good job of hiding. Two-time major champion, five-time winner, one under the belt this season already. 24 years old. She's been one of the stars since she took everyone by notice. Put everyone on notice, excuse me. She won the KLPGA championship.
나이스! 자, 앞에 빨리 지나가 주세요. 지나가세요. 지나가세요.
Look out on the path. Popped out in a weird way, and everyone knows that they need to scramble a bit. The good news is that they seem to miss everyone.
543, 543, 542번 보여주세요. 535, 434, 444. 이날 불러줄게. 네. 434.
Sign that scorecard and then watch with everyone else. Can't say there wasn't aggression. Shall be absolutely unbelievable. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the many reasons why she's in this position. Breeze at her back. That's number 2. Chip for 3, putt for 4, and win. Could be that simple.
핸드폰 소리 안 내요 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
굿샷.
While the others came close, that was one last chance to flex and show her power. Seemed like she was in complete cruise control. Nothing to slow her down. 2 bogeys in the last 4 holes after rushing out to 8 birdies in the first 13.
잠시만요. 저희 여기 준비할게요. 플레이하겠습니다. 플레이합니다. 조용히 부탁드릴게요. 자, 저희 이제 플레이할 테니까 잠시만 이동 멈춰주세요. 움직이지 마.
Everyone has made way for Hankyung. Tremendous skill. At times, the short games let her down on this Sunday, but not there. Good look for birdie. The sea of supporters close in now that everyone is at least past the bunkers as soon as this chip finds the green. Your heart breaks a little for Yunina, who's trying to be like water, but also keep herself mentally engaged in case we do need a playoff, despite that feeling a bit unlikely. She's on. That's the putt. That could win her the tournament.
먼저 올해 넥센 세인트나인 마스터즈 메딜 한국일보 챔피언십에서 모두 준우승을 기록했죠. 2022년 제10회 이원 차리티 오픈 이후 통산 2승을 노리고 있는 NH 투자증권 소속 정현재.
So it looked from Chuck's perspective, you can even see her gesturing. Come on, get closer.
네, 그리고 지난달 두산 매치플레이 우승에 이어서 시즌 2승을 노리는 정규 투어 통산 우승의 한국 토지신탁 소속 박현경 프로입니다.
Time for the final putts. Hankyung likely with 2. Here's her first. She might not need to. Brilliant. But not to be. Hankyung next for 10 under. She comes awfully close as well. She was already going to wrap up 5th with a par. Almost magical about that 10 under. Great tournament for her, great round for her, 70. Especially considering a 75 to start the event. It was excellent to bring herself back into the fight. 66 on Friday, 68 yesterday as well. But now the moment. Determined. Hankyung is about to win her 2nd title of the season, the 6th in her career. Or if we're going to head to 18 for a playoff. It's a putt worth almost 100 million won. Those who play this game 5 times a week rightfully be nervous about it. Watch. We Can't keep her eyes off the screen. Hankyung to win the tournament with a birdie. She knew it. She was never sure. She can hardly believe it. Yunina, as soon as she saw it go missed, she has to get ready for a playoff. She had it directly in front of her. She finishes with a 70. The only time all week she did not birdie 18. We, ladies and gentlemen, are not done here today. And it's not just that we have a playoff. We might have 3 players in the playoff. We should have 3 players in the playoff. 12 under for Park Ji-young as well. Again, perhaps good luck. See you in a minute. She is a fan favorite. She is a favorite amongst her peers as well. Quickly. Put that miss behind her. It was not a simple putt. All I can say is wow. Guess we're playing 73 holes.
NG 불러줘. 543, 343, 434. 535, 534, 345.
우리 연장전을 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
네.
544, 354, 433.
네.
533, 534, 345.
예.
네, 지금부터
At 4:10 p.m. local time, the supporters now have to say, do I keep my spot? Or do I want to go for a walk? Do I want to take a quick half a kilometer jaunt up to the top and go shot by shot? We have a playoff. We might have more than one. Action is far from finished at Fortune Hills.
타이도
333770.
네, 맞습니다.
우리 팀 다 추운데 쳤나?
사이좋게 좀.
사이좋게 쳤다. 아, 팀이 너무 시끄럽더라. 우리 팀 너무 사이가 좋았어.
잘하자. 더 죽겠구만.
353570.
네. 잘 다녀오십시오.
서로 격전 속에서 3명의 선수들이 지금부터는 연장전에 들어가겠습니다. 이곳 18번 홀에서 윤이나 선수 그리고 박현경 선수, 박지영 선수의 연장전이 진행되겠습니다. 우승자가 결정될 때까지 이곳 18번 홀에서 계속 진행.
나이스 버디.
The drive back up to the tee blocks. Let's go through the highlights and try and get a clear understanding of how exactly we got here, because for the longest time it felt as though Unina was going to absolutely win. Hankyung played extremely well to keep herself right in the hunt. In fact, on 9, she made a marvelous crescent-shaped putt to go out with 35 and share the lead. On number 10, Unina started to pick up where she left off, at least replicate the performance she had to start on the garden course. She'd have back-to-back, the first made there, the second here. At the 13 under, she would go. One hole further along, that was 4 birdies in 5, and 7 to that point. All Hankyung could do was focus on her own game and try to get that putter to be as fiery hot as the player she was facing. And there was this moment in particular that felt like surely it's over. Holing out from off the green to 14 under. But alas, as we well know now, there would be some adversity on the way in. And while all of this was going on with the top 2, Hankyung, who has played some very great, very steady golf, yesterday was at a 66. She came into this final round as a co-leader. It was a bit quiet early, and then she turned up the volume on the back 9. That approach on 14, maybe a foot or 2 at the most past the pin. She would have her 3rd birdie of the day, and of course a team would tell us a story, just as this would tell us a story on the par 3. Before we got there, we would see PUBG finish out with her simple but effective birdie. Make it a 3-person playoff. We just went through this. We know how to attack it. We know where the hazards are. We also know that last time Unina teed off here, she found herself in some serious trouble. We will play until there is only one athlete left standing. Is that 1 playoff? Is it 2? Is it 6? We don't know.
쳐도 되죠?
Just have to wait
치겠습니다.
and see. Unina will get us going.
카메라 미리 눌러주세요. 미리 눌러주세요. 플레이하겠습니다. 우리 안내 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
나이스 굿샷!
플레이하겠습니다.
핸드폰 소리 좀 안 나게 해주세요. 사진 촬영 안 됩니다. 앞쪽으로 나오지 마세요. 뒤쪽으로 나와서 뒤쪽으로.
Almost an exact replica. Shot at the last. Finds her carts. There she goes. Everyone in the fairway.
박경호 화이팅! 화이팅!
들어주셔야 되는데요. 도로 안쪽으로 가세요. 도로 안쪽으로. 언덕으로. 자, 언덕으로 좀 올라가 주세요.
Everyone's reached their balls. Last time she was off to the left, but this is directly at the green. She'll stop just a fraction short of the fringe. She was a bit unfortunate to roll into the rough. She is significantly closer, 192. Get there with the hybrid, low loft, and got it a little bit thick and not going to reach.
카메라 소리 안 나게 부탁드려요. 원래 사진 찍는 건 안 됩니다. 멈춰주세요. 멈춰주세요. 앞에 멈춰주세요.
couldn't find a winner amongst themselves through 72 holes that they are that close on the play. Revisiting the approaches. She, of course, would have looked a little bit more carried, but honestly gives her probably a bit more control. She has chipped so well today. In fact, we've seen her chip in. Welcomed and applauded for a second time. If we don't find a winner, the supporters' hands might get tired from the amount of times they do need to welcome them here.
이렇게 연장전에 돌입한 18번 홀 그린 위에 우리 선수들 윤이나 선수, 박현경 선수 그리고 박지영 선수 우리 세 분께 큰 박수를 보내주시기 바랍니다. Meters out for Pak Ji-young, and she is going to place that slightly closer than Pak Hankyung's putt to win. They had to cut a new pin placement because the contenders were too good, too dialed in. It might take an eagle for someone to win here. To join the party. It's a birdie party, and everyone's invited.
so much in the last 3.5 hours. She was thrown a lifeline after she thought that she had lost the tournament. She tapped the birdie, she got the pressure's on, but the others need to meet or match so we can go for a second. Second confirms. Hankyung makes it a perfect 3 for 3. It's the birdie she sought one hole ago.
저희 두 번째 연장전에
Back into the cards.
들어가겠습니다. 이거 18번
Go for a
홀에서
second.
문민아 선수, 박현경 선수, 박지영 선수의 연장전이 다시 한번 진행이 되겠습니다. 우승자가 5번 홀에서 계속 진행될 예정이니까요. 많은 관심 역시 부탁을 드리겠습니다.
Waits the setup shots. 2, 3, and 4. Everyone played them, and everyone played them almost identically. Nobody was able to reach the green. This little dribbler down the hill through the fairway. Closest to the pin. Tell she was desperately trying to get on. She did swing through her feet. Was backpedaling as she watched it get closer. V1, or I guess V5, depending on the birdies all around.
민야, 화이팅!
There we go again. How brilliant these three have played. Genuinely feels like this is going to be a war of attrition. Who will make the first mistake? Yuni now with that twirl of the driver.
아, 괜찮아,
It's
괜찮아.
not going to be her. Disappears on the other side of the hillside, or hilly rough in the center of the fairway, but that should be more than okay. Twirl and a bit more pensive as she watches. She came close to disaster last time.
애들은 못 온다니까.
Tough that there was no December Hughes or Oz. Looks to be in a similar spot as she was in the first playoff. Hankyung twice in the last 30 minutes. She's gone to the extreme left. Let's see if she switches it up. Wind makes her switch it up. She can somehow replicate that once more.
어디 떨어졌어?
The answers to our questions will shortly be revealed.
드론이다, 자기야.
While it's physically and mentally challenging on the players in the playoff, it's just as it should be difficult for those waiting to know who will win. I think they understand we could be here for a while.
안 계셔서 왔어요, 그냥. 아, 그럼 여기 하나, 둘, 셋. 어디 위치를 알려달라고? 아, 위치 알려달라고? 그냥 콩팔로는 아니까. 네. 오케이. 네? 백 하고 괜찮아.
So the question was not a situation, despite not being as Redwood takes her down, and now we learn Young, she had come awfully close to finding the sand last time. Second playoff, she is directly in it. It's the best she could have hoped. She has to be not perfect or better. Here on out, Yanina, she's in the rough. It's the mind games that come into this as much as anything now. It shows you that even players that know exactly how to succeed, it's impossible to do it over and over and over again with thousands of variables. The variable for Yanina this time is that she's in the rough, 194 off. She went for it. Can't fault her for the bravery. Well, it can be a shot to win if the chip isn't where it needs to be. It can also be a shot that loses the competition. In three very distinct ways to play at par 5. Long hitters have their strategy. A miss-hit tee shot requires a different look. What is undeniable Hankyung A knows exactly where the pin is. B knows that from 111 meters out, if she is not within 5 or 6 feet, she might be the first to leave. It's good, but it might not be good enough. She's been down this path so many times. She knows exactly what it takes to win. Certainly in a playoff. Maybe she thought this was the time to roll the dice. She is a 9-time winner after all. She's already got 2 this season. Setup shot for Park Hankyung right at the pin. Too quick though. Read into that reaction. Now the prep work begins. Pacing herself off from the pin, read the break. So much rides on this. And it's more than just winning a tournament, it's winning a return to the tour. Just about did it with one stroke, but also like Park Hankyung, that is way too fast. That speed, even if it hit the flag, she might have been 4 or 5 feet off of it. On the side of the target. Euphoria to early seeds of panic.
갈게요, 저희. 그래서 말씀하는 게 너무 잘 들려요.
Well, just as the door started to inch closer and closer to fully close, way back in, she left her foot in the doorway. Kick it wide open. That's 4. That close. She gestures to the crowd. That close. She knows it. That's 8.9 meters this season. This distance has only been converted on 6% of the time. She can eliminate Park Ji-young with a make. How many times today has the putter stepped up? Oh, it's in and out. In such disbelief, she can't help but laugh. It was perfect. Any slower and the break might have taken her away. Short book, nevertheless, to be written about this final round. Trying to be your narrator for it. Hankyung, she might not get this chance again. She's already had one. Can win it with a birdie. And just wide. Would you believe? 2 near misses. And we need a 3rd playoff. And it goes without saying, this is where the fatigue starts to set in, mentally and physically. 2 chances to win the tournament. And 2 near misses. formalities, but the putts still need to be made.
네, 그럼 지금부터는 세 번째 연장전에 들어가도록 하겠습니다. 이거 18번 홀에서 윤이나 선수, 박현경 선수, 그리고 박지영 선수의 연장전이 계속해서 진행되겠습니다. 우승자가
tournament official has come over for a meeting of the minds.
18번 홀에서 함께해 주시죠.
I think they're going to go for an early cut, a new hole. After two, they've seen enough, so they're going to show exactly where the new placement will be, so they can update their notebooks.
네, 아울러 경기위원회에서 선수들과 상의 후 홀컵 위치를 변경하고 있습니다.
It seems like the fairest way. Each of them in some area of the playoff hole made a mistake. They certainly weren't going to make them again. Well, what a roller coaster playoff hole number 2 was. Each player thought they lost it and then thought they had a chance to win it. Too deep, too wide from Hankyung goes at it, rolls beyond. And then Yunina from off the back. Usually you see a chip like that one, you're using a 7, don't need as much loft. Goes past down the hill. And then despite that, on multiple occasions, we still nearly found birdies. And for Uni now, from over 10 meters away, that's the perfect line, but a bit too much speed pops out the back, and then the inverse is true for Hankyung, as her speed was perfect. But her line was slightly off to the right. Three birdies to start, 3 pars the second time around, and now a new hole has been cut. There's only one chair, so you gotta get creative. They've been standing long enough. Blame them for taking the load off.
볼 같은 번호로 바꿨어요.
윤이나 화이팅!
손좀 닦을게요, 삼촌. 네.
힘들어, 아빠를 보니까.
깜빡 가지 않아. 체력이 나가.
236분 방향. 이번에도 우리가 그래도 두 번째 우드 쳤어. 그래서 세컨 우드로 우드 쳤어.
Well, here we go for a fourth time. This rate, the storms might roll in before too long. Well safe from needing to think about that.
어디야?
Still 26 degrees. Mostly overcast skies.
응.
5 p.m. local time now. Fifth hour of coverage begins with our third playoff hole. The wind's picked up at 5.3 meters per second. The blue peeks out around the clouds. Hankyung's not sure of this one. Looks like she's right down the middle once again.
이번 라운드 좀 뛰어가는.
굉장히 세컨트한테 이제 박지영수로 잘 쳤어? 둘 다?
Once again, we are blinded by the hill.
끝내. 다 캐디가
Hear the
50대들이야 다.
bit of exasperation from Hankyung despite keeping
50대 캐디들이야.
it light. A big sigh as she sits down in the cart to do this for a fourth time, though first she had to walk it.
근데 가장 고민되게 만들어지네. 진짜 벙커. 박현경 빼고 벙커죠? 네. 박지영 선수 옆에 있던 사람한테 물이 그분이 물 가져가도 된다고 얘기했어요. 아, 그거는 서서죠.
Picture of the lies come into focus. We see the blue top of Hankyung walking the sand. She might have some company. It's going to sign balls. No such trouble. Hankyung, who remains perfect in regulation on this hole. 219. Right to left fade, excuse me. Right in front of the gallery. She gets a helpful escape from the rough as well. drive the point home. How well she's driven. Throughout the tournament, 80% on the par 5s, which this famously is. 17-20. Hankyung 213, again out of the sand, and again to the middle of the fairway. Narrowly avoids it, but it might be a bit more complicated. Her right foot's likely to be in the sand while her left will be in the rough. Both out just. She's going to come through the grass, up the hill, and this is going to be sent very high in the air. These two, after misadventures off the tee, are still in the fairway while Hankyung is just beside the green. First check, how's the line? Second check, where's the new pin? Rangefinders are out to make sure it's dialed in. Pretty remarkable, not just that we're on the third playoff, but the fact we still have all three players. Basically side by side. Hazard in the middle of the fairway. They're basically side by side. They're in their third strokes.
어. 그냥 각 보고 저기다 땅
Really see.
약간 50초는
Speed picking up. Steady at 5.3 meters per second. The planning is done, execution time for Hankyung. A half swing. Excellent touch. 76 meters for Unina. Just before our camera stand, you can see the flag flapping in the wind. Third shot gets even closer. Here we were thinking, Hankyung being this close to the green would be an advantage. Well, she's lost the advantage through the great skill of her fellow competitors on this third playoff hole. Advantage to, if this isn't as close or closer as at least Park Ji-young, she might find herself as the one out of the hunt. Meters as she plays a skimming pitch. Well, this looks marvelous. If there was any doubt if we had the right three players going shot for shot for shot in the playoff, those third shots answer that question very loudly and very confidently. In-shape athletes. You can play this game with their eyes closed, it will feel like. But you factor in the featured groups teed off at 10:51. That is 6 hours and 20 minutes ago. You had another 15 minutes for Unina at the end of a 4-day tournament, at the end of a second straight tournament in the mountains. Their ability to stay this mentally engaged and not let their play suffer is a sight to behold, truly. And we're at the stage where any misses for birdie likely spells the end of your tournament. Park Ji-young is the furthest from the hole. She'll be the first to play. The scout should, and understanding that we're not on the green with them, see this putt start left from our perspective and work its way back over. She lips out. Thought she had it. Didn't give herself enough room. So she pars, and that will likely spell the end of the quest for Park Ji-young. Twice now in the playoff has she come fractionally off. Has she been fractionally off? Lip out, barring some kind of crazy series of failed putts. She gets to take a seat on a friendly chair and watch with the rest of us. Now this is no gimme for Unina. We remember how expertly she has putted today. Stack in the pressure, the fatigue, and a new hole location. And It's still going to be quite the test. She had come from a long way back to shoot a 67 today. That's 67 with 2 bogeys on the final few holes. And now this putt for birdie she must have. Otherwise, for a 3rd time, Hankyung will have an opportunity to win the tournament. On its way. She's not done yet. She's guaranteed the win or a 4th playoff. Now the attention turns. The player who was closest after 3 shots. How similar does this feel? Well over an hour ago now. Yuni now watching, knowing it's out of her hands. But the difference is, she can't lose with this putt. Brilliant play thus far, Hankyung for birdie to extend this to a 4th playoff hole.
네, 지금부터는 저희 4번째 연장에 돌입하겠습니다. 이번 18번에서 유니나 선수, 박현경 선수 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 우승자가 결정될 때까지 18번 홀에서 계속해서 함께해 주시기 바랍니다.
Nowhere to be seen. I wouldn't blame her if she's already in the cart. Go for a 5th time on 18. Hope you didn't have any plans this evening.
화이팅!
Time for some potassium. Hankyung, she is guaranteed herself a $112 million payday. Which will take her to, if my quick math is right, and that's often a dangerous task, $556 million on the season. As the drive back up to the tee blocks is made, we'll take you through the highlights from the 3rd playoff hole. And back in a few minutes, go for a 4th time.
네, 지금부터는 저희 4번째
사람 모집하고 있는 뻥커봉 스피커랑 눌러주세요, 미리.
So here we go again. Familiar territory. Yunina will want nothing more than to avoid the sand and let her power play be an ally instead of a hindrance. Absolutely launches this. To her being longer than the bunker. She's gotten stronger somehow.
와, 벙커.
택도 없다, 택도 없어.
윤이야!
빨리 사진 시켜드릴게요.
마음에 안 든다.
아, 몇 번 왔지, 지금? 네 번?
Personal chauffeur at the minute. Well, a great spot to be in the fairway. Check the wind. Now she avoids the sand, but she is in the rough, which less than ideal position. She can hardly believe it either. Look at that reaction. It's okay for a little bit of delirium to set in at this point. Challenge was just issued. With the hybrid in her hand, Yunina seems to be just hanging on. How about this? Just about joined Hankyung on the green. Advantage to the player who could be looking at her fourth attempt to close out this tournament. And the one who will be putting. Approaches again. Power and technique that is required to get out of the rough. What is now 6 hours and 45 minutes on this course.
네, 이렇게 네 번째
Hankyung already on
연장전까지
scene
최선을 다하고 있는 두 선수 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수로 격려해
to
주시기
begin her
바랍니다.
research. Begs the question, if we are level again, following the new cup cut after the first two playoff holes, I imagine they'll need to get creative and find a third spot. They might better put it at the exact back of the green and make it as difficult as possible, otherwise we might get to sunset. Perks, I suppose, of being around the solstice. The days are long. It seems silly to say that this is an important shot. They all are at this stage. 21 meters out, Yunina. She is going to be dancing on the edge. There's one area around her in the week that has not been at the same extremely high standard as the rest of her play. It's her short game. checks it out. She can win in one. She can plant some serious seeds of doubt. She can bring herself to within a tap in. This is no walk in the park either. However, a putt for eagle, 13.3 meters. Starting it well left. Here it comes, slowing down. There's your tap in. Perspective. So hard to get the speed right, uphill, downhill, swerving, left and right. Well, somebody is going to feel incredibly hard done by. This sport can sometimes feel like a marathon. Today feels like an ultra. A little landscaping, a few final checks. She must convert on this putt. Otherwise, a tap-in from Hankyung will win it. Backed into a corner on multiple occasions today. Her 8 birdies before the playoff tells you she can deliver on these big putts, but does she have enough left in the tank for one last bit of magic to extend? Uni now for birdie. Oh. There are no words. A U-turn around the hole. A tap-in par. Heart breaks for her in some ways. Hankyung has this putt for her second one of the season, the 6th in her career. She has won the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Cup, a 10th anniversary tournament that was absolutely one for the ages.
정말 멋진 플레이를 펼쳐줬는데요. 박현경 선수
If it was anyone other than your caddy, that would be considered a cheap shot. He went through the grind with her. I'd say he's entitled.
감사해요, 브로디. 아니에요.
The putt that nearly sent us back up to the tee. 11. Tells you how long we've been playing. No reaction. Park Young she still had business to take care of. And in the end, after 4 absolutely thrilling playoff holes, her second win of the season, her first in stroke play. 6th of her career. To say that Yurina needs consoling would be unfair, but obviously her peers, her team,
나 안 울어.
are
이제 안
commiserating
울어.
with her. It is agonizing to go this far.
나 지금
To play
못생겼어.
22 holes, come that short. But you credit Park Young. Absolutely credit the winner. She shot a 71 in the first day. And she wasn't necessarily a favorite from that point, especially when you consider what some of the other players around her had done. It was not an easy day. Yurina at a 69, she did the same thing on Friday. Yesterday was her quiet day, 71. And then turned it up for a 67, 4 holes in the playoff, and falls millimeters short of that second win in her first since her reinstatement on tour. Further to it is her second runner-up of the season, having finished in that position at the NH Investment and Securities Ladies Championship. Well, we can see the red carpet being rolled out. We'll have final round highlights. We will hear from Park Young, and of course we will have our awards presentation on the 18th green. That's all still to come, as we all absorb and celebrate the amazing round of golf we witnessed today. Well, here is the final leaderboard. 3 players tied at 12 under after 72 holes. It would be Park Ji-young, the first to bow out, having made a par on the 3rd playoff hole when her competitors birdied. Kim Min-ju shot a 68 today. Should be celebrated, as should the 67s from EA1, our money leader to this point in the season, as well as Moon Jung-min. What a brilliant day to finish in 6th position. So Jean, a 69 for 7th. On to page 2. We can read them even before they appear on your screen. Chung Soo-yeon and Kim Ji-yeon with a 69 and 70 in this 4th round, respectively. Cho-yeon, Ho-da-bin, Lee-da-yeon, An Sung-hee tied for 11th. Kim Chae-hee, Bang Shin-chil, Shin Yu-jin, and last week's big winner, No Sung-hee, as well as Chun Uri, tied for 15th. Yoo Hyun-jo, Chae Ga-bin, Moon Jin-young, 2, Lee Ju-mi, and our 2-time defending champion Pang Min-ji round out the top 24. All right, Park Young, she is ready.
네,
Let's listen and do her
감사합니다.
championship intro.
네. 둘 다 만만치 않아서 하나를 고르기 참 어려운 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 정말 같이 우승 경쟁을 했던 선수분들이 너무 워낙 훌륭한 선수분들이어서 정말 둘 다 어려운 경기였던 것 같습니다. 네. 네. 네, 많은 분들이 보시는 것처럼 네, 불안했던 게 맞고요. 계속 좀 한 1.5m짜리 자꾸 팝퍼시든 버디퍼시든 계속 좀 성공률이 계속 낮아지다 보니까 좀 자신감이 많이 떨어졌었는데, 근데 반대로 또 중장거리나 롱퍼터에서 많이 도움을 받은 것 같아서 흐름을 너무 뺏기지 않고 잘 이어간 것 같아요. 네. 아까 본 경기 18번을 보시면 강하진 않은 것 같은데요. 네. 근데 사실 이번 경기에서 좀, 정말 좀 뜻밖의 좀 우승인 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 18번 홀이 투혼이 되는 홀인데, 이제 연장을 나간 세 선수 중에 제가 제일 거리가 조금 안 되기 때문에 제가 좀 불리하다는 생각을 계속 하고 오히려 조금 마음을 편하게 내려놓고 플레이를 했는데, 오히려 저한테 기회를 주신 것 같아서 너무 감사합니다. 네. 네. 네, 제가 혹시나 오늘도 우승을 하게 된다면 꼭 말씀드리고 싶었던 게 있는데, 물론 그렇게 아빠께서는 너무 화를 내시지 않으시고 저를 좀 이해를 계속 해주시려고 하시는 것도 있고, 오늘 전반 9번 홀에서 티샷을 하고 세컨을 걸어가는데, 이제 아빠께서 갑자기 이제 세컨샷 하기 전에 현경아 너무 걱정 말라고, 좋은 일이 있을 거라고 그렇게 말씀을 해주셨어요. 근데 보통은 이런 말씀 잘 안 하시는데 아빠가 왜 이런 말씀을 하시지? 조금 의아했었는데, 그렇게 아빠의 한마디가 제가 이렇게 우승을 할 수 있게 된 좀, 네, 좋은 기운을 가져다 준 것 같아요. 오늘은 안 웁니다. 오늘은 울지 않습니다. 네. 사실 이번 대회 저의 개인 목표는 너무 성적보다는 제가 또 요즘 컨디션이 조금 안 좋았기 때문에 컨디션을 올리는 거에 좀 집중을 많이 했고, 그러다 보니 성적에 너무 연연하지 않을 수 있었고, 계속 그냥 마음속으로 기도했어요. 제가 할 수 있는 영역에서 좀 잘 이겨낼 수 있도록 용기를 달라고 그렇게 계속 마음속으로 기도를 했는데, 그 기도가 좀 들어주신 것 같아서 오늘 감사한 하루인 것 같습니다. 네. 네. 팬분들한테만요? 네, 일단 또 저희 차종훈 회장님, 최은성 부회장님, 그다음에 임직원분들, 그다음에 저희 오진석 회장님, 그다음에 오늘 현장에 와주신 또 브리지스톤 이민기 회장님 너무 응원 와주셔서 감사드리고, 그다음에 또 오늘 현장에 저희 스승님이신 이시우 프로님 와주셨는데 또 프로님 응원 와주셔서 또 우승을 한 것 같아요. 그다음에 저희 가족분들 이렇게 TV로 봐주실 건데 항상 응원해주셔서 감사드리고, 저희 마지막으로 네, 많은 골프 팬분들, 저희 큐티풀 팬분들, 이렇게 진짜 생각지도 못하게 한 달 만에 6승을 하게 돼서 너무 감사드리고, 제 혼자만의 힘이 아니라는 걸 항상 알고 있기 때문에 더 감사함을 많이 느끼는 것 같아요. 항상 저와 아름다운 동행해주셔서 감사드립니다. 저의 6승 모두 함께 만든 겁니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
레이디스컵 2024 대회 기간 내내 뜨거운 열기를 함께해주신 모든 분들께 감사드립니다. 지금부터는 오늘 시상식으로 지난 여정을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 이 자리 진행을 맡은 아나운서 장선영입니다. 여러분 대단히 반갑습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 오늘 마지막 네 번째 연장전.
As the final preparations are made for our awards presentation, we can go back to the very beginning, almost 7 hours ago. Uni 9, teeing off at 10:40. In fact, 7 hours and 4 minutes to be precise now. That's 424 minutes. She started hot with a birdie and she would show no signs of cooling down any. 2 birdies in a row. She would, of course, finish out from there, and then we knew something was particularly special when she started to birdie from off the green. 3 on the bounce, 10 under, charging her way up to the top spot, wasting no time to get there either. Not to be outdone, Park Young-young, it wasn't as dramatic per se at the beginning because her putter was great. Her approach game was great. That, though, was a bit of a shock for her, a shock to the system, as she would bogey. And Yunina swinging herself out of her feet, crossing the water, over the waterfall, and into a short distance scenario. She would birdie mid-distance this time on 8, left to right break, no problem for her whatsoever. It was the final of her 5 birdies on the way out. Hankyung, she had birdied number 8 as well, and then 9 right at the pin, nearly an eagle. So Yunina, she took 1 hole off. You can't blame her for a break. But she got back to work at 10. On the par 5, downhill into the hole. 12 under at that point, and she wasn't going to stop there. This was 11, 5.1 meters. Gentle right to left break. Her speed, the way she judged her putts all day was extraordinary. It's a bit ironic that that's what ended up costing her the tournament, but we're not quite there. Park Young-young, she would only have 1 birdie on the entire back 9. It came there at 11. And then Yunina, this was arguably the shot of the day, and a day with so many candidates. Holding out from off the green, but it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. She would have her 8th birdie, but then be done. Par 14, then on 15, missed the putt for par on the par 4, and would throw up a 2nd square on her scorecard. Meanwhile, as all of this is going on, you'd be forgiven for not necessarily paying as close attention to Park Young, who's only at 10 under until that approach at 15. She would hold out from there. Yunina still with the 1-stroke lead with a couple of holes to play. Felt like it was still in her hands until the putter stayed cold. A bogey at 16. She would par the 18th. While Kim Min-ju, Moon Jung-min, So Jin, Chung Soo-yeon keep going down the list, all finding birdies at 18. Park Young, however, did not. She could have won with that putt. So all of a sudden, Yunina thought, oh, I gotta be ready for a playoff. She got herself up and moving. Young would hole out on her own. 3 birdies on the back 9 for her, but unfortunately, she would be the first to leave the playoff hunt. Just a bit too far out, basically from the fringe. And now with a chance to win. Pops out off the back. A chance for Young. She had the opposite problem. The speed was perfect. The alignment was fractionally too much to the outside. So we would go to a from off the green. Young, after a new hole was cut. Couldn't find a winner from the first pin placement. They'd seen it 3 times already. They figured, let's get it done. Mentioned Park Ji-young being the first to leave the playoff. This is why. Needed that putt to force a continuation. She lip out, and yes, that would be a theme. Thank you for asking. Yunina from about 4.5 meters. Pump up the fist as she watched that rattle down. Park Young would do her business. And we go to a 4th. And on the 4th hole of this playoff. A little bit short for Yunina. Got stuck on the fringe. The chip to about 7 meters. This is the third for Hankyung. Just knew she needed to get a clip. She watched how far Yuna was. Left herself with little more than a tap in, and then we still, especially with the way we were going, thought, of course we're going to go to a fifth playoff. Look at that putt. It's perfectly on line. And it was, but it was just too fast. 180 degrees and out, a par, and then Hankyung a birdie to win for the second time this season. She outlasts the field, and she worked for every single moment of celebration. We've gone through the leaderboard a few times now. A reminder of how it looks. Hankyung, the winner, in a 4-hole playoff. Hankyung and Yuna sharing second. And now, the trophy can at last be awarded. Let's head to the
아마추어 1위 시상은 KLPGA 김순희 수석부회장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 앞쪽으로 나와주시고요. 자, 그리고 주인공을 역시 소개해드리겠습니다. 힘찬 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 4라운드 토탈 297타 9오버파 아마추어 1위를 기록한 선수 이윤서 선수입니다. 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 우리 대한민국 골프의 밝은 미래 있죠. 앞쪽으로 나와주시고요. 네, 수석 부회장님께서 트로피와 꽃다발을 함께 전달해 주시겠습니다. 자, 먼저 트로피 전달해 주시고요. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 예쁜 꽃다발 함께 전달을 해주시고요. 자, 좋습니다. 정면을 봐주시고요. 사진 촬영하면서 무대를 남겨보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수로 격려해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이렇게 사진 촬영까지 마무리하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 자, 이렇게 아마추어 1위 선수를 만나봤고요. 저희는 이어서 홀인원 시상을 진행토록 하겠습니다. 자, 이번 대회는 4번 홀, 14번 홀, 16번 홀 이렇게 3개 홀이 홀인원 홀로 지정이 되어 있는데요. 부상으로는 코지마에서 뉴에라 안마 의자, 그리고 더클래스 효성에서 벤츠 EQB, 그리고 BC카드에서 페이북머니 1억 원을 홀인원한 프로에게 지급하게 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 올해 홀인원의 주인공을 소개드리겠습니다. 여러분 힘찬 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다. 올해 수상자는 4라운드 16번 홀에서 홀인원을 기록한 김가영 선수입니다. 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 홀인원 경품 페이북머니 1억 원이 지급이 될 텐데요. 김가영 선수의 페이북 앱에 적립이 되겠습니다. 현금과 같이 송출금이 모두 가능하니까요. 유기하게 쓰실 수 있을 것 같습니다. BC카드 최원석 사장님께서 직접 시상을 하고 계신데요. 페이북 앱으로 결제 시에 최대 1% 추가 적립도 된다고 하죠. 1억 원을 200만 원씩 충전해서 연금처럼 쓸 수도 있다고 하니까 아주 요긴하게 사용하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 페이북머니 1억 원의 주인공 김가영 선수 진심으로 축하드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 이제 안내에 따라서 이동을 해주시고요. 자, 이렇게 홀인원의 주인공까지 소개를 드렸는데요. 드디어 우승자에 대한 시상을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 우승 자켓, 트로피, 그리고 우승 상금 2억 5,200만 원이 수여가 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 우승자를 발표하겠습니다. 네 번째 연장전 접전 끝에 BC카드 한경 레이디스컵 2024 우승자는 276타 12언더파를 기록한 박현경 프로입니다. 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 오늘 마지막까지 정말 열정적으로 함께 해주셨는데요. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시죠. 네, 한국경제신문 김정호 사장님께서 우승 자켓과 트로피, 그리고 BC카드 최하석 사장님께서 상금 수표를 전달을 해주시겠습니다. 우선 이 초록색 우승 자켓을 입혀주셨는데요. 자, 이제 정면 한번 봐주시고요. 자, 이 장면을 사진으로 오래 남겨보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 마지막까지 열정적으로 함께 해주신 우리 박현경 프로에게 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 그리고 역시 이번 대회 트로피를 전달을 하겠습니다. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 힘찬 박수 보내주시죠. 자, 이 트로피와 함께 사진 촬영하면서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 그리고 이어서 BC카드 최원석 사장님께서 상금 수표를 전달해 주시겠습니다. 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 우승 상금이 전달이 됐고요. 네, 이번 대회 정말 멋진 장면들을 연출해 주셨는데요.
Well, this tournament and this final round was everything we could have possibly dreamed it would be, and a whole lot more. How about 2 extra hours of KLPGA golf today? And those final 2 hours were full of the drama and brilliant play that makes this tour so unbelievably special. 72 holes could not find a winner. In fact, it couldn't even separate the top 3. It took 4 playoffs to eventually crown a champion. That champion is Park Hankyung, who wins for the 2nd time this season, the 6th in her career. Yunina was absolutely brilliant today. 8 birdies and still wasn't enough, and that's not factoring in what she was able to do on the plane. Hard to believe that it's finally over, but we'll remember this tournament fondly, especially as the 10th anniversary playing of the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Cup. And we look ahead to what's next on the KLPGA Tour, and that will be the McCall Mona Yangpyeong Open with SBS Golf from Birch Hill this Friday. But that's it for us at Fortune Hills. For our entire SBS Golf crew, I'm Adam Jenkins. We thank you for joining us. We hope you have a fantastic end to your weekend and look forward to welcoming you back on Friday. Our congratulations to Park Hankyung, the champion of the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Cup. So long, everyone.
볼게요.